Ahoy, landlubbers, it's me, your Captain Vasco speaking. Somehow we're talking about heat again. I don't think I checked what it was before I started streaming. Hey, you want me to do that? What a great use of my time. This is all going in YouTube. Don't worry about it, the future. Don't worry about the future. Oh, it's 88. It's a casual 88 degrees. If my DeLorean was traveling the current temperature of this apartment in Fahrenheit, I would be capable of traveling through time. That's great. I love that for me. It is worth noting that this is... I don't know if it's the hottest day of the year. It's probably the hottest day of July, which has been a hot month. And allegedly it's gonna cool down for like at least the next 2 weeks. I don't know if I believe that, not only because it's been a year where we sort of like get weather forecasts wrong pretty consistently, even in Southern California where it doesn't change all that often, but also because in the greater Los Angeles area, you usually get the worst temperatures in August and September, not in July. It's 83 outside. I mean, according to the widget thing built into Windows, in the zip code it thinks I'm in, which is pretty close to where I'm at, because I don't want to change it, because I don't want to give them more information than they already have. It's supposed to be about 89 degrees outside here. So, yeah, the fact that I have, like, two air... So, like, here's a big problem. And no one's really interested in this, but I've gotten myself started. Most of the wall beyond over here, like, you can even see light emanating from it on the palm of my hand. That's a big old window, most of that wall. So that, together with the specific angles at which the sun rises and sets in comparison to my apartment, make my apartment, like, into a greenhouse. And if the loud noise box attached to the wall, that we call an air conditioner for the sake of brevity, actually did its job, you know, it probably wouldn't be so bad. But, like, I've learned over time that one of the things I must do to maintain some sense of temperature control over the apartment at large over a summer in Southern California is I must keep the door to the bathroom closed at all times, because it is many, many degrees warmer than outside in there. Somehow the small window to let light in, it somehow harnesses the power of the sun into a laser beam that serves no purpose other than to cook the air of the bathroom. The logistics of living here are very complicated. That's not important. We came here to play Disco Elysium. I'm really, like, the more I play of this game, the more I struggle to give you a sense of what progress has been made, but even more so, what I intend to do next. I aspire, someday, to complete my set of armor. I've been led to believe that that may be possible now, and maybe wasn't previously. So, like, cool. That would be nice. I mean, last time we spent a decent amount of our time, we invested a skill point in, I think it was rhetoric, so that we could try and convince Titus Hardy to tell us the whole story behind Classia, and then we used that information to confront her. And then when we did that, we started, like, interrogating her to some extent. And she basically told us that, you know, the reason she lied about the whole situation was because she had, like, a sordid past working in industrial espionage, and was basically wanted by both the company that hired her and the company that she had wronged. And the company she had wronged had some close ties to, like, the international government of sorts. And so, like, she basically just wanted to stay ghost. And that's why she told us very little about the circumstances of her love interest's death, even though she was really broken up about it. It's hard to fully trust her, because of all the lying. And also, she told us where we could find a passport that she had used to get into the country in a buoy she left off the coast someplace. We went there and it wasn't there. And I assume the way this game works that that's significant in some way I don't understand, but as I just said, I don't really understand it. We did some other stuff, I presume. I think we got the little girl at the bookstore to go inside, and then she gave us a hat. Oh, oh, that's right. We got the forged signatures for Everard. So we convinced him that he would be able to start his, like, weird project to take over the deserted fishing village coast on the other side of the water lock. And then after we did that, he, like, told us a bunch of his secrets and had, like, a James Bond villain monologue, but told us that some unhealthy-sounding person who calls themselves the Pigs had our gun and had arranged a meeting tonight to get the gun. Unclear as to whether that actually has helped in any meaningful way. Because, I mean, we just don't know what's gonna happen, is the big problem. I feel like those are probably the big bullet points from last week, but it is really hard to remember. Hello to everyone who's here. Demolition, Neko, for Twitch, Jakey. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone watching in YouTube land. And also, you're right, Neko, you are VIP. Have one of these. Yeah, we do have some representation. I have a few iterations of the child-stealing Pokemon. I don't know why everyone hates on Drifloon so much. It's very cute. Sure, it steals a few children, but... And that addresses those concerns. Let's play Disco Elysium. Continue. So yeah, we left off here at the coast, and I'm still wearing my drama outfit, which I didn't expect to notice, but I have noticed. Let's leave it on for now. It's a terrible idea. At the very least, we should figure out what we're doing next before we change our outfit. We did learn a little bit from Klassia about the quote-unquote 8th/missing Hardy Boy, who's apparently the lead Hardy Boy, despite the fact that she's not Hardy. I guess we haven't talked to him about that. We could go see what kind of check is involved with that. We also have to find the murder weapon, which I think is, like, not something that we can sort of force to happen based on what's currently available. I could spend, like, $20 to wash off the death smell. I don't think that's that important since the game has yet to punish me for it. Oddly. I picked up this Become a Man of Plenty thing at some point, but that doesn't sound very interesting to me. I do have to make Arno van Eyck's Jam Harder Core for the Disco Elysium Church. I think I already failed that check once, and I don't know... I don't believe I've learned anything that fixes that. I am really low on quests, huh? So... I'm wondering... I'm doing a terrible job of expressing my thoughts. Here, we need a link to the Discord. I think this still works. I think that Demolition set that up with a permalink. I think what I want to do... Let's go ahead... I'm committing to this. I'm gonna start the thought on the Col de Mamadakwa, which is a being made of pure sound that we thought that we heard, even though, like, statistically that seems unlikely. And I have a plan for what to do as the next thing if I need another thought. But I'm gonna start that. I mean, that's gonna take like 7 hours, so that's not really gonna give me a side quest in the short term. Let's I guess we should go talk to Titus, and then, like, hope something happens. Otherwise, we're just gonna have to, like, stare at our Trapper Keeper for, like, 16 hours, and then, like, go get our gun back. I don't really know what to do. Hey, Angel, welcome to the stream. You're basically on time. I was mostly monologuing about not knowing what to do. I think you even caught the tail end of that. Thank you for your continued support of the stream. 51 months, that's many months. That's a lot of months, Angel. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing alright. I hope you're cooler than I am in all senses of the word. Angel, thank you for gifting us up to Jakey as well. It's so unintuitive to me to go to the journal to fast travel. It's, like, not that hard, but I just will never correctly do it without thinking really hard about it. So I guess we'll just go and talk to Titus. Really don't know what else to do. I don't seem to be able to force the game to give me the helmet I want.
It's you again. What is it?
Slowly gets up. Okay, I talked to Klasha. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
Let's see. Because she's the real leader, he would not take kindly to that. I'll have to think about whether that's what I want or not. I'm gonna level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lily's killer. I've seen her in a laudanum-induced delirium. The paranormal instinct whispers her name into my ear. Not going with that one. Look, I need to pin this on someone, and I've decided to pin this on her. Ooh, we found an option that's worse than saying he's not the leader of his own gang. I didn't think we were going to get there, and there's still more options. I suspect she killed the victim. Civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve the murder. That means talking to Ruby. That actually sounds like a good option, which I also wasn't necessarily expecting to find in this list of options. She's a suspect in another case I'm investigating. I don't care that much about the drug smuggling. I care a little bit about it, but, like, that's not my main concern. I like 6. Superstar Cop is gonna save the entirety of Revachol by stopping a war. And to do that, I need to talk to this one person.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't.
Wow, like, I wonder how aggressively badly he would have taken one of those other options. No good thinks that we should have had an option to do the gun idea. I mean, the gun thing hasn't historically worked really well. But one of these days...
Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
Do these guys actually do any work? I mean, I guess their work is supposed to be allegedly keeping the peace, and so as long as nothing, like, requires their attention, they're just hanging around.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus.
Oh
You'll be
no!
surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
That's really bad news. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've addressed this. I'm trying not to harp on it, Demolition, but I'm inclined to agree that, like, if you can't have your voice actors read the line, it might be so bad that you don't need to include it in the game. And, like, again, if that level of hatred is specifically important to a character, that's, like, one thing. I still don't have to like it, but, like, I can respect if that's, like, a thing. Like, you have to address that aspect of their character in some way. But, like, that that's not what's going on here. They just wanted him to say a rude thing, so they had him say, like, the F word. The, like, actually offensive F word. I mean, we have so many bonuses to this, and we still only have a 17% chance. Hold on, let me change my outfit. It's time to Sailor Moon this nonsense. Logic, Prism, Power. I have a few logic things now, I think. These are logic. Centralization shirt. Minus logic glasses. Pretty sure I was wearing those. Oh, right, I have this really weird logic hat. I don't understand this hat. It's fine. I don't need to understand it. Oh, sure, my logic jacket, right? You know, like you do. These are, it's a pretty good outfit for having a decent theory or whatever he said. Not a great sign when you start the stream having to save for safety reasons. Yeah, fighting evil by moonlight. Intimidating Titus Hardy by daylight. Always trying the gun thing until I get it right. I am the one named Sailor Law. Let's see what that check looks like now, because I feel like this is about as good as this is gonna get. %. That's actually pretty good. I don't know what I'm supposed to be piecing together exactly. I have a vague sense. Man, I tell you what, I felt like we got nothing out of the interrogation of Martin Martinez's Sunday friend, but the like stage like a play thing has given a bonus to several like nearly impossible checks for me to pass. Like that was surprisingly good. All right.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
You still barely got that, just for the record. We had an average roll and barely got that. You supposed to be a pacifist? Is that why the gun thing never works? Oh, have you not seen the gun thing, Jakey? It's come up a couple times, but I don't know that you've been around for like a lot of the Disco Elysium streams. I mean, essentially, the gun thing is threaten to kill yourself with a gun and see if that makes people do what you want. So, like, that's why it doesn't work, because it's a really horrible idea. Also, yeah, we're not a pacifist. We roundhouse kicked a racist. It's a weird game. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't kill him all?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
I want to say 3 is the right one. I don't know if one of these is actually right. For some reason, I have this vague recollection that Class just said in the last time we streamed this that when she ran into Ruby, she was... No, maybe she was drinking. Echo says, so Vasco, if you ever struggle with anything in life, just strip and put on some new clothes and a smart hat, and you're guaranteed to get what you want. I mean, not guaranteed. That barely worked. I don't think I'm gonna try the gun thing, though. I feel like I've sufficiently proven that doesn't do what I want. I say drink me.
No.
That's a lie.
I managed to correctly remember that after thinking about it too hard. Thanks, Trauma. In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time?
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Carl.
I presume it's a game of operation, you know, with the little pincers and you touch the sides and the guy's nose lights up.
That's probably for the best. Don't break your stride now.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
Don't we have reason to believe that he was killed from range? So, like, at least in theory, she could have gone to her lorry where maybe no one would have seen her, and then, like, shot him at range?
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof. Now, here's the weird thing about the way this game operates, is that it will tell you what bonuses you have to a check, such as piecing together a theory to put the pressure on Titus, to implicate Ruby. In so doing, it will, like, tell you what things factor into it. And in some weird cases like this, where I'm supposed to, like, piece together a history of what happened, I know that, like, one of the things that gave me a bonus was being aware of the key that was in this room that leads to the shortcut up to the roof. Jakey says, I remember when your character kept reading something super long until you got fed up with it. I don't think I got fed up with it. I think I rode that joke until it wasn't funny and kept going until the game got tired of the joke, I think. This is pro tip for operation. Remove the battery and the buzzer doesn't go off. Ah. I believe Jakey's talking about the computer numbers. I forget exactly what it was. I think it was supposed to be... Was it supposed to be the number of combinations of heads and bodies in the Valley of the Dolls or whatever? Anyway, I presume this is correct because it gave me a bonus knowing this.
Oh.
He looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop, obviously new.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
Was it gonna be a rude name? Ahoy, Haggis. We're counting doll heads. No, a computer tried to do it, but we read it, and it was... The joke is it was a really big number.
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Good one, Kim.
Thank you.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You could just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
That's interesting. Why is it of any concern to you if you're so convinced that she didn't have anything to do with it?
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
Well, I am the law, so I guess I'm gonna clear? I'm not sure which thing you're asking about, Neko. Which thing you missed. I could try to summarize. Probably. As I said in my tweet about going live today, it's much easier for me to summarize something that has happened than something that is or will happen in this game.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Oh, that's just hurtful. The doll heads thing. We managed to, like, log into the history of the game company in the basement of the bookstore, and like part of it is that the company went bankrupt trying to make some element of their RPG game like a valley of like dolls with interchangeable heads that created like some staggering quantity of variations that was way implausible and like bankrupted the company.
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
We do have those footprints. Let's go with the footprints, I guess. I mean, it had otherwise been locked and forgotten to time, so, like, the fact that someone was there recently is pretty weird. I think it lined up with the day of the killing, if I remember correctly, but I might be wrong about that.
Footprints. Recent.
The tracks were recent, but not worn down in the right foot like Ruby's. It's best to omit this pesky little polemic for now. Too confusing.
I think I just want one.
What else could you make out? How recent? What size?
They were about a week or two old.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening.
Guess what? Remember the key I found here? Point?
I don't like guessing, Cobb. No one does.
That's actually fair.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It'd been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back when she was done. None of you knew it was there to begin with.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
I don't know that I want to bring up any of these other things. I don't think it helps to say one until we've already established that he believes she could have been on the roof, and that's kind of what we're trying to do. So, like, I don't think it helps to say that basically at all. Notice the winch out back. That feels like a red herring. That feels like something to make him mad and end the conversation prematurely and maybe force me down a different path or something. Pinball machines being operational, I don't think affects this at all. I think 7. I think I move on.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun.
Oh my god, 4. The local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her. Oh my god. I feel like if I'm gonna say that out loud to these guys, I might as well just try the gun thing. Like, that's just asking to become dead. What's the quickest route to become a ghost? I don't think 2 is the first thing I say. I feel like 1 is a trap, but I still feel like I want to say it. I feel like if I was doing my diligence, which is essentially what I'm trying to do here, in basic cop plausibility, then I have to mention that, like, she could have other illegal things from the illegal stuff that we already know that she does. He's gonna get mad about it, but I think I should at least say it.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Okay. I won't do that.
Okay, cop. She's got connections. I could see how she could have access to a gun.
That's all I'm
That
saying. I was
still
not trying to
doesn't
make a
mean
whole thing
she
of it.
Did.
That's all you needed. Doubt.
Exactly. That's all I was going for. So I think despite the fact that the game wanted me to feel bad about that choice, it was probably correct. I don't know. I think maybe 2 is useful after I say 3, after gauging his response. But I don't think just saying 2 in and of itself makes any sense. Other than the antique rifle, there are weapons like this lying around all over Martinez. It's weird. It's a weird place.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar under the bookshop. It was hidden there with others just like
20,
it.
maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
I'm gonna say 2, mostly at this point out of academic curiosity.
So
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it?
You don't know. Just be honest. Screw honest. You just showed him a breech-loading gun.
You're right, I'm never solving this case. It's too complicated. I'm just being upfront with what I know.
Right. That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, let me extend you the same courtesy. She's connected to you know what. So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long fucking stretch of the imagination.
Okay, I'm definitely not saying 4.
All right, Carl. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
It's all part of a leadership challenge against you? No, that seems wrong. I think this is supposed to be 1. Maybe she killed him because she thought it would curry favor with you. I mean, like, they're already pretty trusting of her. Like, I don't think it makes sense to try and make that argument. Like, there don't seem to be competing factions here. Like, everyone seems to respect her. And I don't have any reason to think that she feels the need to, like, terrorize them internally. So even though, like, 1 feels a little counterintuitive to me, because I feel like this isn't the sort of thing I would expect them to care about, like, it's clearly not 2. So it has to be 1.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
I have no idea where this is going, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to pick here. I mean, since Eugene is the one who said he could come up with the plan, I think I'm supposed to pick him. Because if I can disprove that he could so casually come up with the plan, then it's maybe more compelling.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing the
The
murder?
man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
No, I don't think she killed him to begin with either. But for whatever reason, they need to be suspicious of her before they'll let us talk to her. And for whatever reason, also, we feel like we need to talk to her to get some information. I don't know what specific information we're hoping to get, but I will grant the game the latitude that, like, as one of the options said earlier, she is the next link in the chain to sort this out. So, like, we just want to talk to her. But the only way to do that with these people, who would otherwise just trust her implicitly, is to give enough doubt that they want to get to the truth also.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Okay, I don't think I want to say either of the other things. You have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
No thanks, Perception.
This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want.
Just want to remind you that, in addition to wearing all of the garb that makes me intelligent enough to have passed that check when I'm a raging moron, I'm also carrying a boombox and a bag full of recycling. So just keep that in mind. We're having this very serious conversation.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
I suppose I do.
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Alright, tell me whatever you're gonna tell me. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
And what was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me as in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Don't forget the funny tie, too. I wonder if she's afraid. I've come to declare the ending of the human experiment. She probably knew me from my singing days. I'm sorry. God, why does everything flee at the sight of my shadow? I have no idea why she'd be scared. I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in his head. Is the singing days the superstar option? It's not obvious. I feel like the superstar option I would expect in this case is like, well, obviously, she knew if I was on the case, like, I would already have solved it. Okay. That's my best guess. I do think 2 is a little interesting, but I'm gonna go with Superstar Cop because that me.
Yeah, that's real funny. She wasn't laughing, though. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What does she know about me? Because I don't know much.
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
I like that description. Won't stop? Can't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
I'm going to take this moment to bring this up. It's of mild interest to me. It may not be of any interest to you. For some reason, I found that things kept referencing the old TV show Columbo over the past, like, couple of months. It just kept coming up. And it's, like, a relatively famous show I had never seen before, which is rare. And so, like, last Sunday, I finally took the opportunity to watch a little bit of it. And I find it to be a really interesting show. It very quickly demonstrates that it is more interesting of a premise than most people attempting to write it are capable of writing, which is also interesting in and of its own right. But this description is kind of similar to the main character in that. The thing I think is really interesting about the show Columbo is that Columbo is not, despite the fact that it is about a homicide detective solving crimes, it's not a mystery show at all. What it is essentially a psychological thriller where you follow the villain as they attempt to cover up the crime. And Columbo just keeps showing up and annoying them into submission. And, like, eventually they just confess like a Phoenix Wright villain. It's pretty interesting. Agus says, sounds like a good show. Glad you enjoyed it. One last thing, though. If you wanted to see Columbo, but it's not on the air anymore, how would you watch it? Well, I watched it on Peacock because through a serpentine series of events, I have at least a year of Peacock subscription. I believe, I didn't do deep research because when I saw that, I just defaulted to it. I want to say that Columbo is among other famous TV shows that has, like, streaming rights farmed out to, like, other, like, ad-supported stuff. So you might want to look into it. I think there's probably other ways to do it. But yeah, I watched, like, the whole first season over a few days. The pilot's amazing. There's some really good episodes in the first few, and then, like, the later half of the first season, it's not as good, in my opinion. I'm interested to see more. I like the premise a lot. But, like, to me, and I promise I'll stop harping on this in a moment, but to me, the distinction so far between the good and the bad Columbo episodes is, like, how many, like, clues and discrepancies the villain has failed to cover up. The ones that have numerous tend to be more interesting. When it's just Columbo, like, harping on one detail over and over, it, like, tends not to be as good of an episode. But the character's just really interesting, because, like, his whole claim to fame is just, like, being a folksy guy who plays stupid, but, like, just will not go away. He just won't leave. That's his whole thing. It's really funny.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question.
Like it says, that show is so good. It's definitely my favorite show from before I was born. Oh, man. What an interesting category to consider. I wonder what my favorite show is from before I was born. Maybe Adam West Batman? I really like the Batman series. It's so cartoony. It's such, like, a precursor to so many of the things that I like.
Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim?
You are insistent.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
There was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught heat. But she was too scared.
Scared? You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject.
Do you have any clues about where she went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
I don't know why this consideration comes to mind. I think the odds are that she's the person in that apartment or that home we were supposed to unlock for Everard. I don't think it's super high. But it's like not that many places to hide around here.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Shivers, will you just randomly tell me where she is?
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Wow, for one, that's a wildly strong statement from these people who, like, revered her not that long ago. And for two, according to Classia, she was, like, in charge of the Hardys. Which, if she wasn't part of the gang and was, like, determining what they were doing, I would say that is a pretty suspicious look. Have you already attempted to look for her at all?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
Oh, maybe she's in that insane bunker thing.
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Can you tell me where on the coast to start looking?
Sure, there's some shit houses there, a cinderblock town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize, so that's one place we haven't looked.
Okay. It's definitely the sort of thing if we go back and ask them. They may not have said anything before, but if we ask directly about it, we get information.
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Well, that's weird. I haven't heard anything about that. Weirdly enough, I'm staying in a shack over there, though.
We will start there. One more question. What
One
does
more
Ruby
thing.
look like?
Boyish, hair's red, dyed. She looks like a lorry man.
She looks like a woman who would drive a truck and run a drug smuggling ring. Do you know what she's doing with Ulan frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
Wait, haven't I heard that term somewhere?
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
It's a good thing I'm wearing all my smart clothes, because I would never pass these checks otherwise. Yeah, I barely got that, and I'm currently getting like a +4 or something to my logic.
There you have it. Pale something.
It's not much, but it'll do. Go!
It'll have to.
Oh, let's shake his hand.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
Oh, that's tempting. Here's my reasoning here. I feel like I want to say it out loud that he should be a cop because I am a superstar cop who doesn't necessarily play by the rules. And I after all these interactions, I see something of like a kindred spirit or something. And so I'm like, hey, you should be a ridiculous cop like me, the type of cop I am. Not like the type of cop that you think I am or that you hate, but like the type of guy I think I am.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
It's a curious observation I'm not sure I entirely agree with. I guess nowhere to go but the coast, huh? Pale is a type of curtain in a failing bookstore that you can run through to detox your liver. That's the Pale, but like I feel like Pale transmitter specifically was something that came up in some capacity.
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours?
Not really, but yes, and?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Classia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
What do you mean?
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
I mean, 3 and 4, I guess. The jacketed bullet, I mean, I feel like there's plausibility there, even if it's not likely, but being able to find an antique weapon, etc., etc. But, like, we know, so, like, they would have done the hanging the same night as the murder. I'm pretty sure. So, like, it is weird that the footprints don't match up. I mean, I agree with 4 also, but, like, 3 seems interesting. Because it specifically suggests someone else being there and not her being part of it.
No, they didn't.
And no one mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Am I supposed to say all of them? Let's say all of them.
Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
Yeah, I mean rare, but not impossible. Turned out the bullet was an
True.
antique.
Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis, and then hand-waved it.
I'm done thinking about this, I guess.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it, and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
I mean, presently I don't think I suspect either of them did the murder. It's a weird interlude. Did I level up at some point? I didn't think I did. So what's the new... Why is it showing this as new? Whatever, we're like 4 points off from leveling up, so I'm sure it'll happen again soon. Clothes, I guess. Probably don't want all logic clothes all the time. Frog hat. Still wearing my drama top. Let's put on our Columbo jacket. Oh, I need my superstar sunglasses. And then let's put on my... Do I have my armor shirt on? No, I'll leave my drama top on. So I want to go to the fishing village. Hello.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman who looks like she would drive a truck and smuggle drugs?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Echo S, I wonder if the tie only talks to you while you're actively wearing it. I believe so. I also have reason to believe it only happens if your inland empire is high enough to pass certain checks. I don't remember where that information came from, but I think I read it somewhere. Do you happen to know the person I'm talking about, even if you haven't seen him?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This is like when that man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her come out. Gosh, I sure don't remember the specific thing we're referencing there. Do I know her to be afraid of the Union? I don't remember that much about this character. I'm gonna say 2. Because I feel like we talked about that, even though I don't really remember.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Okay, I love you. Bye-bye. What changed you? Maybe get into her shack somehow? Boy, does that feel like a wild next step. Not, like, unreasonable, but, like, a pretty big jump regardless. Did I immediately go to the one person I was supposed to
He's
talk
gonna calm down
to?
soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Looking for someone.
Who?
A red-haired woman who looks like she drives a truck and smuggles drugs.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, sometime in the past few days. Might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
No, stop
How can
looking
I
for
assist
people.
you then, officer?
Yeah, that's a really hard suggestion check. At some point I should do that. I don't know when I'm going to do that.
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
When did this happen? I don't know if you noticed me reacting to it, but like the boat being here really threw me for a second. And I sort of presumed it was Joyce, but like, she's been in that other spot for so long.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Uh-oh, we need to reboot her.
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Well, as a superstar cop, apparently one of my defining features is that I sing. Jetty.
Oh, jetty, oh, jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
I wonder if that is literally true.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
Echo asks you're not going on a date with her. No, I think I still intend to. I really doubt Kim would go on a date with me, even if it was an option to ask him.
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze towards the village, slush melting on cinder blocks, construction work left half-finished 10 years ago.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune.
Didn't she basically imply that she used to hang out over here? In the, like, way before time?
The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
That sounds less good.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
No, we don't talk about the motor carriage for reasons that have nothing to do with my personal feelings or sanity. We just all agreed communally that we weren't going to talk about the motor carriage anymore. Also, it's weird the way this game uses the word porno and pornography, like, it's abnormal.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
What? is just a really weirdly framed political choice at a moment. I mean, I guess it could make sense for you to interject random political thoughts. Right to be scared, this is your fault. No, that sounds like the communist one, right? You're in no danger. The working class have no idea what's happening to them. It's probably the ultra-liberal one. Try not to be scared. This is just how the real city looks, or this place is doomed either way. I feel like 4 is the fascist one? If I'm gonna say 1, I feel like 3 is the closest one regardless.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
She leans against the railing, looking up at the gray
Above
sky.
you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks, and swords. Tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the revolution.
Esprit de Corps is like the weirdest, like, maybe the single weirdest of all of the thoughts in your head.
The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
This island?
No. They're in Celindian, Isola.
Define Isola?
I'm guessing you don't know then.
No.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
Can I just clarify that, like, that statistic applies to roughly, like, 6 people? It's, like, weird to even try and take census data on that few people living on this side of the river. "45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though."
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place.
It should be 42%. No, that's a much lower figure. It sounds like it's, you know, like 3% lower, but it's a lot lower than that.
Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me now. I gotta fill a 3-hour stream and I don't know how many quests I'll get.
Do we?
Does it look like Kim does?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
That's odd. That doesn't feel like a thing for Inland Empire to pick up on, but sure.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit?
No, that's fine, probably. It's weird that she's here. It really makes me immediately want to check where she was before, for multiple reasons. I also want to check something else. This is completely irrelevant, though.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
Okay, so Joyce's presence does not affect the date check. My brain just had such an absurd thought. Like, I was like, oh, maybe I should make a note to myself to finally come and ask her out on a date tonight after Kim leaves. But I know that, like, pretty close to that time frame, Kim and I are gonna go get my gun. And then for some, like, horrifying reason, I was like, I wonder if I'll get a modifier to asking her on a date if I have retrieved my gun. And I'm like, I don't know what kind of modifier I would want. It should probably be a minus. I want to get into this lady's house. So this is the pirate lady's house. This is the shack that I live in. Where even is, like... Is this one her? Or is it... If you go on a date and get Kim to come along. I don't think he's into that. I believe he's a member of the homosexual underground. Thought really hard about it, and then I asked him. Still sad about the pen. It's one of my favorite things. I want to get into her stupid house. I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand that quest, I think. I mean, it's certainly not here. Alright, well, I don't know what to do with the quest that updated, which gives me little to do for the immediate present. So instead, I'm gonna go where the boat was and play a weird hunch. This says, as Vashron once said, if you're serious about letting loose with those bunker busters, don't be surprised if I return fire with my trusty magnet. Indeed, those are words to live by. You think saying that will give you a bonus to the check? I mean, that seems pretty likely. I think we can all agree on that. It's genuinely surprising how long I've both chosen to and been allowed to carry around this boombox. Went to village on the coast, officer. See you there. Nothing else, huh? Wearing my perception shoes? I don't think so. They're the, like... Oh, no, I am. I am wearing my perception shoes. Alright. That's mildly disappointing. I guess I just have to go back there and just like... Ugh. What's the skill check I failed in the church? Does anyone remember what skill that was? Specifically the one to improve the new sound. I want to say interfacing. Does interfacing sound right? Yeah, it sounds right to me. That's not the button I want. Work back to the village. Can I just have a map tab? I don't know why this trips me up so bad. Everyone connects you to the city. Is that a different comment? So where did I... Do I know what this is? What is this?
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others.
That hasn't been there the whole time, has it? Now, I think the one that connects you to the city is Shivers, isn't it? Interfacing is, like, literally, like, manipulating, like, machinery and stuff. For the most part.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Let's see in
Nothing
here.
particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
Do
You
it
stick
anyway.
your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
Is it my gun?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Close?
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
I do?
It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
I'm thrown here by the proposed cause and effect of all this. So, presumably this is meant to be a challenge because the game is operating under the assumption that I am more likely to be paying to stay at the Whirling and Rags than I am to immediately, like, impose on this old woman at the fishing village and stay in her shack. I have not been under the impression that we were in the same part of the shack, but if she has recently hidden something under the floorboard, that means that she is also still living here in the same shack that I live in. It's just confusing to me. It's not the impression I got, and I don't know how I was supposed to know that. It just didn't clearly establish the ground rules of me staying here or something. Apparently I have enough to confront her. I feel like I need to do another save because I haven't in a minute, but I also don't know what's like about to happen. You know what? I haven't used this I am the law save in a minute. But if she's afraid of the law, then this is only a problem because I am the law.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
That's more incriminating than me finding the bullet.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
Santa turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She...
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
I mean, she must have left after staying there, right? Because, like, I'm there now. I feel like I would have noticed if she was also there. You're into the room to her?
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
I see. So I'm not allowed to come over here until Wednesday, and so presumably part of the reason why that gate is in place in the game's chronology is so that there's no chance of overlap? Understood.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
Why did she have dogs with her? Is the room as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Is there anything else there?
No.
The truth, sire.
What's Ruby like?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder, unlike you.
It's such an odd pass. That's a challenging success. Wow.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself.
How do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
I don't think that... No, she couldn't have had the helmet, right? I just want the helmet so much.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
You'd think she left the bullet.
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
It's odd, because it shouldn't be... I mean, like, we have the bullet that killed the guy. If people didn't even hear one shot, it seems completely implausible that there would have been a second shot that we don't know about. Plus, I feel like the game would have indicated if it was a spent bullet.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
Exit plan?
Exit from what?
The world?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son. She really believes that.
Okay, that's good to know. Does she have any technical equipment, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
Brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
If the game will let me, I should take a look at that, see if she hit something there. Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat.
Meow.
Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
Lord, that is odd, isn't it?
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I think she's in the Dharma Initiative bunker. That's what I think.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are
Squeak,
persistent.
squeak.
Squeak, squeak. Wipe your brow. Man, I was really hoping she'd be hiding in this village. Further up the coast we go.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The felled electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
That's odd. Thanks, Inland Empire? Alright, I have two things to do then. I'm leaving now.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
I'm curious if the game actually thinks that I believe that she did it at this point. Like, is that the game's presumption? So I can't then check the heater. I don't think the floorboard was always, like, interactable, though. Am I crazy? I feel like that is not true. I think I needed to have suspicion for the game to allow me to do that, I guess. So the mural that Inland Empire was talking about is the Wompty Dumpty Dom one, right? Or more precisely, the one that the guy who told me about the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center was, like, constantly observing. Wait, what is this? Is this always here? There's a slit in the concrete here. A sewer? feel like that wasn't always there, but it doesn't appear to be important. I'm glad at some point I noticed this ramp was here. I definitely didn't for a while.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Just kind of a ladder over here. Is there some weird chance that she climbed up this building?
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Step closer, which I think is a new option.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
That should be the subtitle for Disco Elysium. Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Now, considering the difficulty level of this challenge by default, we have done some stuff. +3, found the empty trap. +3, heard Lena's true story. Is Lena the washerwoman? +1, reconstruct. I got a bonus for reconstructing the execution? Now, when you say reconstructing the execution, you don't mean that weird mural elsewhere on the beach, right? That would seem nonsense. We get a +2 for having established the nightclub? And for discovering the anomaly? What the heck? This is so weird? These are some weird things, but I have to put on my shivers pants, or whatever I have on me. Shivers may help with the nightclub in some capacity. I am fairly certain it's not the check I'm talking about. Which is really neither here nor there. Just noting that for clarification in chat. Because I think the check that I failed was basically... Oh, of course, my man from Hyemdal shirt. I think it was basically, like, know enough about, like, music technology to tell him how to, like, harness the sound or something. My scented scarf is also Shivers? Boy, I think we, like, basically auto-pass this check now. Wouldn't Shivers' pants be no pants? Yeah, in theory. Oh yeah, we're using all our stats. Also, welcome, Arnaren? I don't know why. It's the hardest thing in the world to, like, read a new chatter's name. I apologize if I misspoke. I don't think I have any saves that are named after... put on my new pants. Yeah, and then roll Snake Eyes, right? Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, I am working under the assumption that at some point in this playthrough, I'm gonna be so, like, arrogant about getting, like, a 97% chance of success and how I'm wearing all the right clothes, and then I'll get Snake Eyes. It just seems inevitable.
The once bright mural towers above
yeah, 97%.
saying, even though you're sure...
Would have been really funny to do it just then.
All is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What was I even trying to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind. The city, whatever you thought would happen, did not. And now you're just standing there with your hands fallen to your side. A prayer of sorts. To Revachol.
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our...
look at that fun text we got.
So we have an understanding of the geography, at least.
Probably don't get that if you don't go around looking at locusts and whatever. It says, I once passed a 3% roll randomly with 2 6s. Yeah, I mean... I did slightly less impressively than that in order to get into the shipping container that we talked about last week. I had to roll basically double 6 to get it. I'd like put a point in rhetoric to have a second chance at rolling it and got double 6, so I think technically like 11 would have worked.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too.
Apparently I've made a decent amount of progress on this by just existing.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails, if we don't find her?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, tomb drainage, displays. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
Is Shivers sassing itself right now?
Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Why am I able to do this again? I don't fully understand. Hi, Spunny, welcome to the stream. What are our stats? You know, that's a great question. We haven't really gone over them in a minute. So, by default, our stats were 1 intellect, 5 psyche, 4 physique, 2 motorics. I think the permanent +1 to all psyche stats was because we got sober. I think that's the thing that did that. And then, as you can see, I'll allow your own time to look where we've invested skill points. Some weird stuff. Chet was very insistent I put multiple points in composure. It hasn't done a lot for us, but it did make sure that we got to consider the homosexual underground, which I think was the whole point. Same as you, but with a lot of Inland Empire. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, my focus, obviously my key skill, or whatever they call it, is suggestion, because I like the notion of knowing the right thing to say and being able to maneuver people to do what I want, etc. It does seem like Shivers is a really good skill. I was gonna say, why is it so high, but I literally just changed my outfit to get a +3 to it. But yeah, that's the size of that. So updated. Turn to the Feld mural and consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, keep searching the coast. What a truly odd quest. It doesn't sound anything like anything we've done so far. I do have a lot of unused skill points, that's true. However, they are, let's remember, a finite resource. And so, like, for the moment, I'm largely considering them banked until I need to try and re-roll something. Like, one thing I don't want to do where I can avoid it is max out a skill where I might want to re-roll something later. I've already bumped into this with perception and rhetoric. I'm not keen to do that to myself otherwise, if I don't have a good reason to do it. But they're there, and I have them if I need them. I also have already spent quite a lot of points on thoughts. I think I have used all of the spots? Is that right? I feel like someone told me there were 15, but that doesn't look correct. If I use the payphone, I know it's there, and I saw some clip of character making a phone call on it, but I don't know anything about it or why I would do that. Spunny says the Swifties were dancing so hard the earthquake guys could measure it. Is that a literal true statement, Ice Bunny? Or just like a fun statement? Anyway, I guess I'm gonna, let's walk the coast, I guess. Oh, hang on. Something here. Faded remains of a poster with the date 46. A name is faintly legible. Arn V. It was on the Danish news? My god. One of my friends went to the Taylor Swift concert. I don't know if it was yesterday or today. I know she left work early, but I think that might have been to come to Southern California. She lives upstate since the pandemic hit. Long story. I'm not gonna get into her business. Some sort of thing. Big wine canister is open and empty. Is that a clue? Hey, I never went over
Smell.
here.
It's awful and familiar.
Hold on, that is awful.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
Oh man.
Keep it in now. Don't overreact. Breathe.
By the way, hi Cotillion. I miss you in there somehow. How's it going? Be more edgy with payphone. I consider the payphone option noted. I want to stay on this track so I don't get totally distracted, but I will keep it in mind. What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's off.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Well, that person there is just dead. For some reason, I was just naturally assuming that person was alive. But they're just dead, huh? That's it? Coin-operated viewer's been out of order for ages. Stop messing with the coin viewer and hold on to something. The wind is so strong. It sounds really concerning.
A man lies on the boardwalk. His limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet.
So he, like, fell through the rotting boardwalk planks and was trapped there and starved to death or something? My god.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
Oh man, are we gonna do like a whole second autopsy? Lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. Two bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body.
Hey, composure contributed. Study his clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
I have a sneaking suspicion I'm gonna steal his
You
clothes.
find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Because of all the accumulated snow and what have you? Wait a minute, if he's been dead 2 days, that means that, like, there would have been some possibility for me to come here and he either be alive or just not be dead here, right? Huh.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Alright, so he didn't die of starvation then. He died of hitting his head on the fall after breaking the plank or what have you.
You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine or 1.5 of spirits.
Like I says, I found this guy earlier and he was still dead. I mean, what day of the week earlier? Because for us it is Friday. And it suggests that he died on... What Kim said is that he died 2 days ago, no more. Which means that he would have died on Wednesday. And you're able to come over here on Wednesday. That's my understanding of the circumstances. Maybe I misinterpreted something, but I think that's right. Examine his face. Touch his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his mustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze.
It was instant, though. I mean, that's true. I mean, it could definitely be the sort of thing where, like, whenever you find him, it just says he died 2 days ago. It's just curious to me that because it's Friday and you could get here on Wednesday, if he literally did die 2 days ago, then it seems like it should be possible for that not to be true. I mean, that's possible too, anime, that he died right before you can get here, so that would be true on Friday. But if Neko is correct and she found this guy on Wednesday and it still said 2 days, then it's like a stock answer.
He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is some Final Destination stuff right here. It's really it's spooky. Study surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
I wouldn't know because I'm wearing armored gauntlets.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
Just this one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
I don't want to step on the boards until I absolutely have to. Examine the bottle.
0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside. It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us.
He looks at 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at the yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
I feel like the game would give me the option to do it, though.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Examine the chewing gum.
Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Hey man, the last time I looked in a dead man's mouth, good things happen.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
The whole pack? That's odd.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home.
Plausible.
The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Alright, let's test the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet.
Step back.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
It's true, I certainly didn't.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
One does not simply walk into Mordor, which is what I presume this is. I don't think that's true, Arcadius. I don't think your weight would cause it to break. Other than the fact that it seems like it's already kind of like a rotten boardwalk that wouldn't support any weight that's not inherent to its structure.
At least this man knew how to party.
Oh, Lord.
Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
Yeah, that's the difference. Thanks, electrochemistry.
This is an omen. A sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Ooh, that's fun. Do I only have this option if I've used the thought slot to become sober? It had occurred to me, Neko. I remember you mentioning something about, like, trying the chewing gum out of someone else's mouth. And then when we observed it, I was like, this has to be the place. I don't think I want to do that. It sounds horrible. Looks like me. I could have ended up just like him, dead on an empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse. What we're witnessing here is the demise of a great party beast. The leather jacket, empty... No, I'm not doing that. Looks like another old drunkard. No, I like the first one. I like having some perspective and whatever.
Well, at least you're not married.
At least you're not married. Oh, well, that's better then. I wonder if I'm meant to have taken the psychological damage because he said that and or reminded me of the ex, or just because I became self-aware. Lieutenant points at the ring on the maid's left hand.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
He could be alive. I mean, it does seem like what happened here is that he fell, immediately struck his head, and died to the blow to the head. But, like, as I initially surmised, it's possible he could have just become trapped and then starved to death or something. You think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
Yeah, I agree with that. What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
I wanted to follow up on that. Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
I asked this just to exhaust it. Could it be related to Ruby?
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short time frame.
So I've almost never had Half-Life chime in with anything. Is Half-Life... Is its secret ability just being, like, really wrong? Thank you with the lynching as a strike.
Without any further evidence, yes.
Yeah.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What do we do with it?
From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
I'm actually curious about this. What about field autopsy?
A field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Fair enough.
I'd say we should just write down head trauma and leave it at that. Let's keep this detour as short as possible. The sooner we get back to finding Ruby, the better.
No, that actually sounds like pretty sound logic. I agree. It doesn't seem criminal.
Good call. The guys at processing can take care of the rest.
I mean, we should probably solve it, right? Just because we're kind of short on stuff to do. I mean, now the Ruby thing might take the rest of my natural-born life, but in theory, we could put this in our back pocket. Maybe we could even move him over to the fridge in the basement of the bookstore. In the, like, doomed commercial zone. Let's finish this.
All right. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
So, I'm presuming that became interactable. That a library card would be folded. Library card found from the pocket of the dead guy. Nothing particularly interesting in the description. Interact.
The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billie Mejean, expires July 53.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve. by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned.
I can't help but notice that none of those are Man from Hemdall books.
Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers, too.
My god, I passed a conceptualization check. What a weird day we're having. Look at the backside. It's my favorite thing to do.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial
Oh.
005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Hey, now we have a reason to go use the payphone.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema.
Oh,
See if
well, I guess we
learn
could do that
anything
too.
about Billie Méjean.
Didn't look at this.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Guess you have to go to Jamrock to return the library card? I mean, I honestly still have no idea if that's a thing that can ever happen in this game. I feel like no, but maybe. Examine the tape.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
Lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
Examine cigarette pack.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
Examine the kebab wrap.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
That didn't seem particularly useful. Oh, hang on. Moonshine probably smells like tasty fermentation. Oh, hey. 80 cents. I could use that to make a phone call. A payphone. Did I not check that area before? 9. No, it doesn't look like I can go by here, can I? Nah, he like turns around immediately. Okay. I mean, it sounds like if I actually want to call the library, I should do it from the car. But... save. In case it's a bomb. I don't know. Boop.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
It's good that it specifies that. There was a considerable amount of time where I was out of change.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Put 10 cents in and dial a random number. 00524033155. Doesn't feel random. I mean, yeah, I just picked up 80 cents. I'll spend 10 on this.
Calling. Still calling.
I kind of wish phones did that instead of ringing. Calling. Still calling.
This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
I feel like at this point I have enough information to know I'm not Pierre, but it would be fun to say I might be. Nah, this is not Pierre.
Do you have any news about Pierre?
Who is Pierre?
He's my sister's grandson. He used to visit me as a lad. Fine young man. But who are you then? A salesman of some sort? Modern goods are rubbish, and I can't afford them anyhow. It's a shame what you did to our country.
The woman moans and the phone lines howl in unison with her. police officer.
To hell with the police. To hell with you.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects.
You know, I kind of saw that going a different way, but that's fine.
You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kisturagi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
He wasn't paying attention to me making a call on the payphone after following me around for days on end? How many random numbers can I call? I kind of figured if I identified myself at the police, she'd be like, oh, help me find Pierre. But, like, nah, instead she was like, F the police. Wait, can I do the same thing? Can I make calls to random numbers on Kim's car? Like, I understand the game was pretty clear that if I wanted to make that call that would, like, advance the plot, I should use his car. But, like... because someone had brought it up, and because I just found some change, I thought it'd be fun to make a random call. That's not the button I want. I swear to God, I just want a dedicated map. I don't know, like, for some reason, I just never will... Yeah, I would be inclined to think I can't use the car radio for random calls, but maybe.
Inside,
suppose we can at least
you
find
see a
out.
set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Pick up the radio again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Well, unless we're talking past each other here, Neko, I have the map. It just lives in my journal instead of being a map, and it annoys me. That is the point of my complaint. Can I reach the Jamrock Public Library?
Hold on, officer.
Calling. Still calling. Still calling?
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
Looking for any information that you can provide on Billie Magine, a reader.
Billie Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billie Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
Yeah, sure, give me that.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
I'm assuming that's the one apartment building I can go in?
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Any other information available?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know anyone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billie Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
Here's someone answer from afar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay, if it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Oh, that's odd.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billie's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
I'm momentarily frozen by not knowing if I'm correctly or incorrectly checking my biases. I thought, I mean, like, Billie here is spelled in a more traditionally, like, woman's name fashion. But I was still sort of just going off the notion that Billie was the dude and he just had a husband. I guess I might as well just ask. Billie Machine is a woman, not a man?
Marie knows Billie. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
Okay.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
What's the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can you describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
I don't think the chewing gum worked.
1 second.
Incidentally, I don't believe that I had a choice to chew the gum out of that man's mouth. I don't know if that has anything to do with me being sober or making some other life decision. Or if I just missed the option, but I don't think I outright missed it. Which is, I mean, I don't really want to be clear, but it's curious that I didn't seem to encounter it.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
I guess that's all I have. Thank you.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
I feel like I should call the 41st and tell them that I found my badge.
Right. Please hold.
Also, I'm Firewalker, by the way.
10-4, come in. Firewalker, over.
I'm happy to report that I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss. I don't know where I'm going with this.
10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. Over.
You can't tell me anything about me, but I'm me!
10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? Over.
I guess that's everything.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Close the door. Time to go to the apartment building. Whee! Finished making your cupcakes. Did I catch correctly before Haggis that those were red velvet, or was someone else describing something about cupcakes and I got my radio computer wires crossed? I don't know why, I'm just naturally assuming this will be closer to the door I want. Red velvet with vanilla frosting. That's exciting. Normally the default is cream cheese, which isn't bad, but I'm a big fan of vanilla. So, like, this area was like 20-something, yeah?
A weathered brown door. Something smells good. Soup allongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
Hold on, Kim. Should we discuss this before we move on? What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billie Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billie herself.
I'm immediately concerned that I will have some option to say something extremely horrifying. It says, I think it's been talking about Trepang 2, which is supposed to be like the game Fear, which I know of by name, but not really by reputation or in any detail. It says it would be a game I'd blaze through, but I decided to put it on very hard difficulty out of 7 possible. Oh, 4th of 7 possible. And it turned me off the game. Yeah, like, it's tough as someone who streams video games that I feel like people will sometimes be judgmental if I put them on a lower difficulty. But I don't know. I do feel like the older a lot of people get, the more they're just like, I just want to like actually enjoy playing the game. I don't have to replay the horror sections over and over because a goop man beat me over the head and took all my health. I'm just gonna leave that one where it is. That sounds fully accurate and doesn't require any further clarification.
Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Have any advice on how to tell her he's
dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Okay.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this? Kim, I don't want to do this. Alright, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Knock.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billie Majine's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
Probably should have put on my empathy clothes. Probably should presently put on my empathy clothes. So what am I currently maxed for is just shivers. Minus authority. Yes, just like really just like shivers of perception. Alright, my usual code is suggestion. This is plus empathy, right? I don't know how much empathy I have. This is minus empathy. Minus empathy. These biker cop sunglasses make me more empathetic. Don't ask why, because I can't answer. Mission, trauma. I actually feel like I want trauma shirt on. I have empathy shoes? I don't remember getting empathy shoes. It's really probably not that necessary to be this empathetic. Oh, let's also put on drama tie. It's a pretty good loadout, though, I think, for, like, general difficult conversation. Don't change the hat. The hat is reassuring. No, of course. I'm not changing the frog hat. Why would I? Alright, let's look all around the apartment at all the stuff. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. Chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. Oh, that's bad news.
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
No. Her husband is actually dead! It's the woman from the bookstore and her husband's dead! And she probably didn't kill him! No! Wait, I have this somewhere on here. No! If I use it more regularly, I'll start being able to do that more quickly. Come to bring the cockatoo back?
Forever.
Oh no.
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billie. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant
Oh
has
my
taken off his foggy
gosh.
glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
It's weird that I can't ask for tea. I don't know why, but that seems weird. It's not, but it feels weird. I feel like I should have the option to do that, even though it would be a weird thing to do. Thanks, but I'm alright.
Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some kind of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
Agus says, that's how you can tell this game is from Estonia, not England. True. Neko says, if only you'd gone to find her missing husband and kidnapped children, you could have prevented this tragedy. I tried as hard as I could, Neko.
Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place. It's like ripping off a bandage. The least painful way is to do it straight away, without stalling.
Well, I mean, I had the right read here. Maximizing empathy was correct. This is interesting. So, I passed a composure check, which is why composure chimed in. Didn't really pay attention to that. Have the lieutenant's handkerchief. That's interesting. I didn't think that was, like, optional? Also, it's pretty wild. Oh, you get +1 for talking to Kim first. See, that just made sense to me. But also you get a +4 for Kim being here, which is good, but also immediately raises the question of, like, why would you choose to do this alone? I guess maybe you discover the body and, like, work this out when you've sent him to return the body to the morgue or whatever. Anyway, super difficult check that I can probably pass.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Magine, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Your husband, Victor, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
Please ignore the frog visor and the bag of recycling.
What happened to him?
Neck and cheek are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. Wow, that's so rude. What an extremely rude descriptive line of text. It's still early to say, but it seems like he slipped and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
Alcohol may have played a role.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
So, I should not say that, then. It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
That's why you get the bonus. I should give her Kim's handkerchief. I mean, it is special to me, but it's the right thing to do. Neko doesn't want it. Chad, should I give her the handkerchief, or is it too important? Yeah, there's no good answer here, because it's all pros and cons. I feel like if Kim had the handkerchief, he would give it to her, and so out of respect to Kim, I should do it. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to her.
Yes, thank you.
She smiles a small, terrified smile and wipes away her tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
Ugh.
It burns like acid.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No, take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over her cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
These are her last reserves of strength. Her muscles will give in soon. Already, she starts to shake.
Again, I'm very sorry, and I'm gonna rummage around your apartment in a moment, so I apologize in advance for that as well.
We should step outside and talk.
Darn it. I probably missed out on pants or something. My lieutenant came.
You did well.
The balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view over the district. What now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
What about Billie and her kids?
They'll manage.
They have to. It's not your place to live their lives.
Right, this is closed down.
You look south, over the crumbling balustrade. There, 1.2 kilometers away, a piece of broken stone cuts into the sky. A tomb. On it, a mural that used to say, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away." You cannot really see the felled building from here, but somehow you feel like you should return to it.
What is the deal with this quest? It's so weird. Okay, hold on a sec. Oh shoot, I didn't save as recently as I thought I did. For some reason I really thought I saved before going in there. And I was gonna see if I could steal his pants or something. That's fine, I guess. It just seems so impolite. I should have known the game would punish me for caring about humans. It's not in the game's MO. So I guess I should put on all my Shivers clothes and look at the mural again? Even though I haven't made any progress? Well, I guess discounting the location of that corpse counts as anti-non-progress. It's so weird that she magically went home after spending all her time at the book. It would be really funny to me, actually, if she was here at the bookstore again. Like, after all that. Like, wait a minute. It's just... forget the map! Take me to... Church is closer. It would actually be funny if you, like, could look around and, like, find his clothes. And then, like, during the conversation be like, he won't be needing any of these, right? I'm just gonna take them. So, like, one could memorize all of the clothes that they have, or every time they need a particular stat, they could just, individually check every item in their inventory. Those are both options. This is one of them, right? Sugar. Instruments. Let me put my perception shoes back on, since that is a lower score by default. Scarf on. I think that's everything. I want my superstar glasses on. I can imagine why calls become terrible sometimes. Odd observation, and time and place for an observation. I'm gonna use the Lost My Pants save file. Because I missed out on an opportunity to steal that dead man's
The
clothes,
once
maybe.
bright mural towers above you.
Any new information here,
Fell
Shivers?
Electrical. Suddenly, there's a sigh.
I rolled a 3.
On the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure. Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What is happening?
She's down there.
I think she's down there, below the building.
Okay. Why?
We've looked everywhere else.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Actually passed the savoir-faire check. There's a ladder next to the sign. Yeah, I noticed that.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails. Yeah, I will agree that the savoir-faire image definitely looks like an alien face hugger. I've had that thought as well, Haggis. Not sure why that'd be true.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building?
Come closer and look in.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
An ordinary drainage pipe. Darkness.
Okay, what else?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
And
nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
That syringe would probably make a nice earring. Could we get into the Feld building through this pipe?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either.
Agreed.
However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
Pushes aside the reeds and looks around.
Duh. Why didn't you think of that?
Because my logic score is like -3 by
The
default?
lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here. A maintenance door.
Points to a rusted metal double door to the right of the pipe, obscured by the
Oh
reeds.
yeah. Big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
Let me put on my destructor clothes. Who chose to fail that role to make Kim feel proud. Yeah, see? Should have at least a few physical instrument things. They all at the bottom now. Threshold. It counts, but also is equivalent to my Shiver shirt. I really just have 2 shirts that improve it? I have some item that's reducing it, and I do think I got -1 probably from becoming sober. It's probably why that's a little lower than I'm expecting. Oh, this is -2 physical instrument. Yeah, why don't we change that out, huh? Let's throw that in the drama on.
Behind the pipe, the maintenance door.
58,
rusted
huh?
Shut and half sunken in sand.
That's a level up. But okay, but here's a serious question, Demolition. Why would I level up, even if I have the points? This is a white check. I could attempt it, fail, put the skill point in, re-roll it, and still have a better chance of doing it. By not putting the skill point in first, I get 2 attempts. I did forget about the scarf. That's fully on me. I think it should be no clothes at all to intimidate the thing you want to break. Another foray into random TV Vasco time. This week I watched Apple TV Plus's Foundation from start to its current point, because it's on its 2nd season now. And somewhere in the 2nd season there's like a fight where like one like naked dude with like an energy shield fights like 3 assassins. It's really weird. It's a weird fight scene. Try to pull the door apart.
The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms. But, together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Go in. I've got an autosave. I don't know why I'm like really apprehensive about reality today. I feel like I have a save file to this effect and would use it regularly. I punched my way in. You should take out your flashlight. I mean, if you insist, but that's always a bad sign for me. Just thinking about it and was relieved that it didn't seem dark in here, but then the game's like, do it anyway. I should put my boombox away just because I might be trying to sneak up on her. It's a little unclear. You love the story the save file names tell? It definitely says a lot about a lot of things, I like to think. The return table is covered in orange mildew. Crawling with something. Mmm, delicious. Does seem a little darker just a few feet into the building. I'll give you that. Old file folders in the cart. Documents silvery with mold. Why is all the mold such weird colors in this building? It's very troubling. I look insane right now. I have these really colorful, like, guard pants with my Man from Hemdall shirt. Oh, let me put my, like, this coat's fine and good and all, but, like... My standard jacket gives plus suggestion minus half light. Now let's do empathy, hand-eye coordination. This collapse nearly sealed the basement. One could barely squeeze by. Makes me more like the guy from Full Throttle and investigate by licking things. This is like the worst place to do that. You don't like the bow tie, but I thought you hated the hideous necktie most of all. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe? So I can attempt to go in there. That feels like that might be a role of some sort. Let's check out this before I try going in there. Since there was light here, I was a little concerned I might be, like, detected or something. The beam of light, a crevice in the wall. Oh. So that thought was perception, and it opened a secret room? Shh! Secret room. These pots and plates are full of dust and spider webs. Stale fabric smell and dust. No one slept here in months or maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed. Ancient flyers and brochures. Can I talk to this?
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years
yeah, it's
worth
me,
of
right?
Dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Don't really know what that's getting at. Look, Kim, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
How long?
Half a century. This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
That could have something to do with why she comes here. I mean, it's also a hiding place, of course. What's with all these secret weapons caches and secret bunkers? Which, I mean, I've found one of each of these, I think, so I think I've done the absolute minimum to get this dialogue option.
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Maybe I should move in here. Seems cozy.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Could someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I can't read it. It's like all the way up there. The same slit window you saw from outside. And then the shelf has something I can have? Is it pants? Oh, it's a silly hat. Oh. Doesn't do things I want. It does other silly things. Nego, are you honestly trying to tell me that if you came down here and saw, like, the insane colored mold attached to stuff, you would taste it? I mean, it's all fine and good for the bit, but, like, you wouldn't do that, though, right? Footprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more worn than the other. Ah. Something in the air. An unnatural buzzing. All fungi is edible at least once. Now, I'm not gonna outright dispute that. Feels like she came from this direction. But that just once bit is a little concerning, right? The buzzing sound is getting loud. Is it? Are we heading towards the church?
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain. Strange tingling?
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
You really don't feel anything?
No, but you are the sensitive one.
I saw the footprints too, with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
Go on.
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
I wanted to do this, like, a week ago. We found Everett's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about it.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
It feels important to me to do, mostly because the guy trying to start a war seems like probably the worst of the possible options, whether or not you side with the Union. We know what Joyce knows about the murderer, but I may have other things to discuss with. Why is this? What is...
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
So this is just a list of things I should consider doing before trying to catch him. Still got a date with the pigs and my gun.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100% confirmed. I fear you'll need your gun for this.
Yeah, the thought had occurred to me that the way this tunnel was looking, I might want the gun before we go through it.
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand, too. Your gun.
Hey, Kim, can I borrow your gun? We checked the buoy with Classier's documents. I want to hear her take on... I thought I tried that. Did I not try that? Let's stop.
Okay, why not? Whatever goes down might also affect her. The Union is watching her closely now.
Are these all things that are only triggered by having the sense that I can't go back? Because I feel like I tried 2 of these things.
Not closely enough, you suspect. But still, good idea to visit her once more.
How bad do you think it could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
Oh, there you go.
Let's try not to worry, he thinks.
What do you think is waiting for us then?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Stupid savoir-faire, trying to be all negative. Well, let's look at all the other things that we can look at around here, and then try to do those 2 things. Yeah, the game makes it pretty clear this is the point of no return. That is somewhat helpful. Tunnel collapse. You have to find another way around. Got it. Okay, now I understand the geography a little better. Can I get to whatever that is? Oh, I can. There's a hole in the wall. There's a snake in my boot. Ooh, it's a jacket. It's a suggestion jacket. That's strictly well, it's not strictly worse. It is actually an improvement over the one that I have worn for most of the game because it doesn't give a minus to something else. Series of thick, dusty panes of glass. Does that leave us with only the weird crawl space? Oh, hang on, I'm having a new thought. Brought down and forgot so long ago. Is it a trap? Unclear. That is not what I was expecting to happen when I clicked that. I'm just in a new place. So this leads up to the roof then? This is covered with grime and dust and you can't see out. Presumably this is how you would get down to where we started if you had climbed the ladder successfully. Stones fall. It's a long way down. It's a long walk to get to that. Central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. Gusts of wind. The height feels dizzying. It seems like there's an awful lot to, like, do up here. I think this is just diligence. Closing the loop. It doesn't even look like I can climb over to this. Or anywhere else in particular. Oh, hold on. Is this on the ground? It's a postcard, which is worth a handful of change. So glad I caught that. Okay, so I don't think I want to go deeper here yet. I at least want to do the 2 things the game indicated. Well, 3, because I really should get the gun, right? Like, I agree with the assessment. I should have the gun for doing this. Even though I don't suspect her of the murder, she could still try to attack in self-defense, etc. Not even sure that making that meeting tonight will get me my gun. Okay, so a couple things. Let's put the flashlight away because I hate it. The boombox back out because obviously. And then I want to... I guess I should warp to the fishing village. So curious that Joyce moved. I don't know why, but that really feels like significant in some way. Will you actually let me talk to her about this now? Because I swear I tried this.
Good. What can I help you with? Oh?
This option was not here. I had to wait for her to move or something. Something else triggered this. Maybe the threat of the point of no return did this, but I know I went to her after talking to Evrart and said I spoke to Evrart and had the same dialogue options as before. Man, this whole thing is a takeover.
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry.
I don't think there is reality-based knowledge I can get from her. I'll double check, I guess.
Yes. What if something happens to her and you've left one question unasked? Sneaky little question escapes your eye.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. More lessons in basic reality. My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
I don't think there's new information here, but it's marked as unsaid. What is the RCM again?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
I wonder if the voice actors for the updated version of Disco Elysium understood their role in the absolutely maddening maze that is this game.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Yes, that means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
That's it for the who I am part
Permit
then.
me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol. And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, glad to have been of assistance. The little that... Oh?
I'm gonna say it now.
A takeover?
One is, yes, it's not a strike. You aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The union is taking the terminal. 2 is, he has told me so in his own words. He's taking it. He'll also use the drug trade to finance it. I think this is I'm presumed to say both of these. So, yes, it's not a strike.
If they're taking it...
She looked toward the colorful mountain of crates, like toy blocks rising above Martinez.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot.
Yeah, that was a logic check or something I failed before.
Then we're talking about a war. Evrart needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
He's ready for a war. They all are.
They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenel to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
First, will this affect your decision-making process? For what decision? Worker should have the harbor, cut off the snake's head. It's a bluff. And everything you have, wow. It's apocalypse o'clock. Time to commence the gloaming. I wish there was a disco option. Alright, I guess we'll say, will this actually change your mind, I guess?
Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
The look on Lieutenant's face conveys uncertainty. Doesn't even sound angry.
For once, I don't seem to know what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, that's fair. I do wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
She says with considerable regret. I certainly don't know what to do. I mean, this is pretty much a straight political choice, or I abstain, right? I mean, I think, like, legitimately, one is probably correct. Like, even though I side with her as a person who's, like, more reasonable to deal with, and whose perspective I understand a great deal more than Everard, who's at best manic and at worst, like, an actual psychopath. Like, no matter what outcome I want, like, I don't have enough of a horse in this race to, like, declare what should be done. I mean, I probably don't want them to go to war, but it's going to happen in some capacity. Like, I just don't think, I legitimately just don't think, even if I agreed with one of these options, it would be right to say one. Also, I like to think that I would have a better suggestion. Yeah, I think one is what I'm lobbying for. Just, workers should have the harbor. I don't think that fits what I've been doing this whole time. Like, there's a certain logic to 3, is like, make a surgical strike instead of going for all-out war. But, like, it's not my money, it's not my life on the line. 4 and 5 both sound like pretty bad. I'm gonna go with 1.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future.
Odd. What are you going to do?
What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
Well, she's gone. I now know, thanks to Inland Empire, that she is going to leave after this. You said I'm uneducated, remember? You said you would, one day.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Why?
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return.
who did, but had lost their minds.
8? Is that a normal number?
It was anything but normal. There was no precedent. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry, the 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor.
It has begun to rain as she said this.
There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill.
Put your hand in the rain.
So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
This ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer.
That's a lot of islands.
The freckled face of God. Après la vie, la mort. Après la mort, la vie encore. Après la mort, le gris. Après la gris, le monde encore.
Is Gree? I got all the rest of that.
After life, death. After death, life again. After the Isola, the Pale. After the Pale, Isola again.
On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lézargique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen.
She looks to the sky, then back at you, then back at the sky, and now you're riding a horse.
4 years later, the Queen's counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Guess I get to do all of these. Leaving us here?
On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
I happen to know what that thought and what only that thought does in this game. And I will keep that in my back pocket, thanks. The Great School was the first bird they saw?
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune.
And this is the last break we got?
The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
What happened? Look around.
Revolution. Poverty. And the mercurial rise of capitalism.
It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
But what will you do?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Wow. Is that within your means?
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
She takes the end in her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
We? She generally avoids that term with her employers. 42%.
Forget about that. What was that about the age of capital only beginning? You need to talk politics with this lady.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Really wanted that, but didn't know that I would have a rhetoric check in the middle of this conversation. Use vague rhetoric obsessed with its own legitimacy like I do.
Harry, I will try keep the best interests of the Moralist International in mind during our talks.
Very good.
On the contrary, Detective. It's a real drag. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
A confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves.
Well, that's ominous.
Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move and where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane.
Is that better?
I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Isn't everybody a little insane?
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
That's a fair observation.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
What do you have?
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
I'm starting to become confused as to whether the Pale is literal or a metaphor.
She would die to return to it. The Pale. The past. Anything one can return to.
How do you keep your crap together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Easlary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
Explains how she knew so much about such an obscure, specific thing.
You could use a little of it yourself.
I don't know what... I'm not entirely sure why option 5 is Goodbye Nether Creature of the Forbidden Swamp. But considering that she just confessed to being insane and longing to live in the Pale, I feel like it's the thing to say. I feel like it's like legitimately the thing that sort of ties the relationship together before she leaves forever. Goodbye, Nether Creature of the Forbidden Swamp. Love you, bye-bye.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering.
It's just the perfect thing to say to anyone. I mean, you're not wrong, although I do think there's some people who would not react well to that.
With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Well, darn. Pretty much all of that was a bummer. I wonder why she moved. Before I end the stream, I want to try to do the other thing the game specifically told me to do. This demolition keeps saying good luck in an extremely ominous way. First. Should put on some music. I mean, the game does occasionally play weird sound effects that I attribute to the boombox, although I have not been entirely certain as to whether or not that is correct. Like this. This sound, I think this is boombox. I mean, I don't think anything of significance advances until I get the gun and decide to go in the tunnel. I think. I've passed a lot more time during this session than I expected to. Normally it takes an incredibly long amount of time, it feels like. We got through, like, a lot of today. Like, at least 6 hours or something. Maybe more?
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
I found your buoy. It was just empty and seawater.
Oh.
Did you take the documents?
No, of course not. As I said, it would have been too risky for me to use those documents anyway. My employer gave them to me. In truth, I should have destroyed them.
I mean, I have to find the helmet, but, like... Does this point of no return mean I can't go to the places I already exist in? That doesn't seem right. I mean, I guess your point being if I expect a shootout, I should have the helmet. But I don't know where to get the helmet, or I would have done it. It's just in the water somewhere. I was hoping when the boat moved and I went to go where the boat was, that maybe it had been hidden under the boat, which is why I couldn't see it before. But I feel like I've tried walking the perimeter of wherever there's water, and I can't find it. And no one is giving me a clue as to where it came from. Maybe before next week I have to go back and watch the footage of that conversation I had with, Talk to you mañana or whatever. See what precisely he said, but I feel like all he did was corroborate Kuno's statement, and essentially between the two of them that he had kicked the helmet in the water.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
Perhaps the people who are after you took it.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm absolutely sure I was not followed. And I've told no one but you. You mentioned seawater? I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The documents were probably just washed away.
Why do I feel like you've won here?
I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir. All the time.
I really like this character. I do think she's probably a worse person than I currently comprehend. But she's a really interesting character and well acted.
She smiles. A bitter little smile. She means it.
But this turned out well for you. You've slipped past all suspicions.
Clearly, I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone, I mean?
The rain falls on her shoulders, tinting her blonde hair light brown. It smells of industrial pollution and brine.
I'm stuck in Martinez just like all of us. I've been up here for... I don't know how long now. I like to call this my rooftop containment facility.
What are you contained for?
For my sins, of course. The long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love. For working for bad people. The list goes on and on.
Well, because I have the conclude flag, I guess I'll go for everything. Just considering avoiding 2. I do want all this information. I don't know that it gets me anywhere, but it does point to something. I feel like I also basically already said 2. Let's save it for last then, I guess. Something seems off with this theory I've developed about Ruby.
I don't know what to say.
It seems so fortuitous for you.
None of this is fortuitous for me.
The dried flowers on the roof. Could Ruby have left them? They don't fit with anything.
What? Oh, those ones. I don't know, sir. I said I have no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash.
Didn't she have, like, one of them pressed into a book or something weird?
I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her.
This all turned out so well for you, again, reiterated.
Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me, then? What I managed was to get him killed. I'm the love that does people in, remember?
The lieutenant looks away, over the railing. He feels uncomfortable with this conversation. He doesn't know what to add.
Guess that's it.
She nods, slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a strange glint in her eyes. Not malicious, but dangerous.
Don't know what that means. Let me take a look at this list again.
Lies.
It's unclear what she intended to say.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
Yeah, I don't know what Devil Woman does. I've sort of avoided saying it because it's very inflammatory. It might be the thing I need, though. Because, like, here's the thing. Is, like, she obviously does a great job of playing the victim. I do think that she's a non-zero amount of villain. But I don't really have anything to, like, pin on her, really. I mean, she, like, lied about her identity, consciously covered up the crime, I guess, is, like, the worst thing that she's done. But, like, there's so many other people involved in that. And, like, I do understand the circumstances of that if there's any truth to what she's saying. And I think there's some amount of truth to it. Oh, wait. Maybe you're right, Neko. Devil Woman could link to one of the Hamdall books. Feels mean and uncalled for. But if it's a Hamdall reference, maybe she'll love it. Like calling the rich lady a swamp monster. I just wish I understood better the truth here. And now I've talked myself into saying devil.
What?
Her nails tap on the steel railing nervously. The sound of cold metal ringing under the wind.
Her hand trembles. She's only pretending she didn't hear you say, devil woman.
Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, she purports that if we do anything to her, basically at all, in our capacity as the law, that she will just immediately die. I don't know, I sort of agree with the prevailing sense that she's getting off easy, but, like, I don't have sufficient evidence to, like, think that she should die for what she's done. I mean, like, I do, by her account, know that she's done some pretty bad stuff, but I guess the perspective I'd have is, like, if I thought I was, like, judge, jury, and executioner, I'm not totally convinced I would choose to just kill her for it. And maybe that's still naive on some level. Maybe that's just the way I consider justice. I don't think I want to say 5. I'm not entirely sure if 5 means that I'm just declaring that I want to arrest her or not.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
This character is very difficult to play around. What's the journal look like? Enter the cavern below the Feld building when you're ready. Note, Union and cryptozoology business might end when you do. That's curious. Right, so basically the thing is framed that if I go down there and I haven't told Joyce, then I'll never tell Joyce. It's just presumed that that doesn't happen for some reason that may or may not become clear. Cryptozoology thing is the thing that's curious about it. I mean, I believe that I've done the main cryptozoology thing. I'm currently working on the Folded Mama Dakwa, which I imagine is unrelated, but I don't know. And then just for the sake of completion here, the Insulindian Miracle takes another 8 hours. No bonus. You were reminded of a poem somewhere deep inside you, the translation of which you don't remember. Nulla Sara Cambiato della Luce, it begins. Calori come grigio et morone. It's a bunch of... I don't know. It probably tells you what the translation is if you pass the thought. You were reminded of it when you heard about the discovery of the insulin. But what does it mean? How do you know it by heart? So I came across the information about what specifically this one thing does while trying to see if I had locked myself out of studying the body because I didn't have any more perception points to be able to add. Don't say it aloud. That's how all the Evil Dead movies go. Yeah, I stopped. We're fine. Basically, this is a really good thought if you absolutely need it, is what I'll say. I don't know what to do about class here. Is the only thing that I really needed to do to see that she was surprised that the documents were gone? Because that will be relevant to some skill check when confronting Ruby. That's kind of my theory right now. There's a reasonable chance she would have told Ruby about it. Not like a guaranteed chance. But maybe she told Ruby about the documents, and then Ruby decided that she might be able to use those to, like, get out of Dodge. And whether that's because she's guilty of something more than covering up the murder of the mercenary, or just that she's a drug smuggler who was intimidated by the existence of me, Superstar Cop, is unclear. I don't know. I don't know. So people in her room and her documents have been stolen. She could have a creepy stalker. But I mean, there is something odd about the evidence of the peephole. Because it feels like the only person who would have had motive and opportunity to come up here is Ruby. But that doesn't appear to be true because these footprints don't match.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here.
Yeah, nothing new here. But, like, even in the cave where you can sort of follow her, she has, like, the one weird, worn-down footprint which is not reflected here. No, it's true. We still know precious little about the murder itself, really. We've gotten a lot of, like, not even circumstantial evidence, really? Like, circumstantial, like, information surrounding it. Mostly, off the top of my head, I would say mostly, simply relating to the compromised state of the crime scene and how it doesn't reflect what little we have confirmed about the reality of the death. There's something weird about the absence of the gunshot and the footprint here. I don't think that any of that, like, directly implicates class yet, though. I don't know. I don't think I'm supposed to say anything. I don't know. Can I do something with this window?
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the
Let's put on all our visual calculus garb and see if we could figure out this broken window for no reason at all. Oh, this is plus visual calculus. I wonder if this game knows that I didn't choose logic, because there's like a lot of logic quotes.
This window is
presumably can't do any harm.
Unlike
also, I have a better than 42% chance of succeeding.
Reflects off the glass. Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
What are all those B marks for? What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
That's a metal description. Have a look at point A prime on the roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
This is helpful. So I'm what, like 80% sure the roof is where the shot came from?
72%. With an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belma-grave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot.
Fair.
The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside, in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
I'm just going to go through these and let my successful skill check tell me what information it will. Could the shot have come from inside the room? That doesn't seem to make any sense, but go ahead.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
Are there any arguments against A prime, the root?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
I mean, given that we know it's an antique rifle at this point, from like the ballistics check, among other things, my initial suspicion that it was something closer to like a sniper round does seem less likely. Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
The abandoned boardwalk isn't where we just found that dead guy, is it? More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
Yeah, so that suggests that if that were true, it would have been one of the other mercenaries taking him out, most likely, which I wouldn't say I've personally ruled out. Logic playthrough could be fun. I definitely feel like going in blind, I am happy with the decisions I made setting my character up, but like, stuff like this is pretty cool. Well, this is technically visual calculus for whatever that's worth too. Have a look at point B double prime, Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent.
Oh.
No. Too far.
Yeah. Given what we know about what's being described there, I would say that's pretty unlikely. And then the islet?
1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. On an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
There is some, like, weird area around that apartment building that I don't know how to explore. Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, B triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Oh, thank you for the follow, Soryu. Welcome, welcome. You meant the light blue category. What is the... Is that category called logic? Logic is specifically a skill. I think it has a different name, but I can't remember what it is. What do I feel it is? For whatever reason, I have naturally suspected the shot did not come from the rooftop. These don't feel like very practical places for the shot to have come from. For whatever reason, I feel like it's B triple prime. It's not very likely. Just basically pure hunch. It must have been from inside the room. Neko says, from experience, high logic, low empathy makes you insufferable. That I believe. Maybe the likelihood that it came from further distance. Like 2. Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Yeah, but I just don't think Occam's razor applies here. I mean, there's truly been no point at which I believe the shot came from the roof. In a conversation earlier tonight when we were like, so we can agree the shot came from the roof, I was like, can we? Chrono says, but if you have high logic, low empathy, you'll fit in with the rest of the people in Martinez. Certainly low empathy. Some of them are high logic, some of them are not. I mean, we got a decent roll to actually pass that. I mean, we didn't need like a completely outrageous score, but I think we got like a 9 or something. That really helped. So, So Land's End is this direction from the church. I don't know if it's, like, possible to really rule that out, as I've already had the tent moved by making different progress. But that should be it, right? Is there some way for me to tell where the game thinks those spots are? Yeah, more the insufferable part for sure, that's fair. I'm glad I'm not the only person who thinks that, like, the game... Like, it's just... It strikes me as such an odd choice. To, like, start the game with, like, such aggressive hostility towards the player. It's really off-putting to me. Like, I feel like if the game didn't already have the reputation it did, I would see that and, like, be really skeptical about continuing playing the game. I really feel like I should be able to do something over here, but maybe not. Well, actually, let's just check what the journal says. Yeah, maybe going to the boardwalk first makes more sense. To be fair, you were drunkenly tearing their town apart for 3 days already. That explains some people. Like, Gart? Like, there's never been a point at which I'm like, I don't understand why Gart is such a jerk to me. Or at least not sincerely. Maybe I said that, like, out of pure sarcasm. But, like, Gart, the guy who runs the hotel? No, I get why he's mad at me. Kuno and Kuno S? No. That super racist guy, Measurehead? Not sure why we needed him. This is not. This is not it. I have to go by where the... I mean, I think what it's suggesting is roughly the place where I found the body. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. But I just sort of absentmindedly started going in a direction that felt right and was not correct. I don't think I'm at Hint Town yet. I get really stuck on that Land's End thing. I kind of hate this area. I wish these just looked like pure dead ends, so they didn't seem clickable. So is this... Ah, here we go. Careful, the floorboards are rotten and weak. No, I did figure that out. Is this or is this not the boardwalk it talks about?
A man lies on...
Yeah, nothing changed here. What did you miss? So, Ice Bunny, when you were away, we told the rich lady who represents the company on the other end of the union dispute that the guy in charge of the Union had declared war, and then she left to say she was going to try and basically disavow this entire region from their shipping trade. Then we talked to Fascia, the woman who was dating the murder victim, and then I did some visual calculus to figure out all possible points where a bullet might have come from. It's true, they did not clean up the crime scene, even though we definitely had at least one line of dialogue that suggested his body was already en route to the morgue, which it clearly isn't. Also, it's raining now, which probably doesn't help any of that process. I mean, I would like to do one of these today. But so like Land's End is like it's out where like the tent was. And there's not that much space there. And the boardwalk, I mean, it's just the boardwalk is unhelpfully vague because there's stuff that looks like the boardwalk on like the opposite side of the islet or whatever this is. Like for Twitch, probably not streaming too much longer. I'm just being stubborn about this because I feel like I want to have a sense of how this works. I do not know what is up with this. Has anything changed here?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
Could the structure have been used to take the shot?
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Looks southeast and blows on his fingers. So if the church is in the way, does that mean I need to either look at the church from a certain angle or go in the church and interact with something? Can I ask the crab man about vantage points? Just a quick save. Just because I don't like going in the church. Because I'm afraid it will blow up my computer. Him should allow you to brute strength the door. It's true, because brute strength is safe. We know this.
Yes,
I want to see.
what is it?
Pale unknown. So would I have a better chance of having a theory about the origin of the hole in the world if I read that book at the bookstore? Let's check on what this skill was to satisfy my earlier curiosity.
Yeah! Harder car!
Yeah, it's interfacing. That's right. You can't fool me. I mean, it could potentially heal my liver if I ran naked through the pail. You're not wrong. Is it even possible to talk to the creepy guy? It came from the stained glass window. It still has letters on it, too. I don't think I've been in this corner. Tanks of distilled water. Those Nosafed bottles. Looks like a tiny chemistry lab. I'm sure this is all on the up and up. So it doesn't look like I can talk to what's-his-face. I'm pretty sure the only reason I was able to get sober is because I talked to him, which is kind of a weird cause and effect. Seem to have reached a terminus point here. It's one of two ways, huh? That's kind of interesting. And is the notion because he got sober himself? The way he spoke is kind of weird. I feel like he kind of implied that, but was not as overt as one might expect.
Welcome back.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Iago is the guy. Doesn't seem like there's anything helpful to do here. I don't think there's any way for me to get to a place that could potentially be a vantage point within the church to check it as the candidate from Land's End. I'm wasting so much of my own life doing this. Well, like, this general area is Land's End, correct? I believe that to be true. Wish I had a better sense of the places I needed to check out. It's as far as I can go. I find existence to be a nuisance. Is that a hot take? I feel like there should be something I should be able to do here. Even if it's a check that I would fail or something. I feel like I should be able to do something. We need to stand in the place. It's not interactive. But if it doesn't end up highlighted, how would I know where to stand? Could try the 3% interfacing to check to open the locked door. I could do that. I literally think that at all times I'm wearing the most interfacing outfit that is available to me. So I don't think that check gets any better. I don't believe that it is just standing as close to the shore as possible. I mean, this is the location that referenced the tent. And I know where there was a tent, and I feel like I stood on the spot where the tent was. Like, wasn't it here? Do I need to be holding a gun? So, like, just for clarification of me maddeningly walking around in circles here. The thing that I was hoping to end the stream on was a sense of how to conduct this type of investigation. So I would feel as though I could go into the next stream having at least a vague sense of what I intended to do next. The thing that's frustrating about whatever is or is not happening right now is that it does not give me any sense whatsoever as to whether I am correctly trying to do this thing. It's not here. Just clarification. This is Land's End, though, yeah? I don't think Land's End is like a terribly huge area. What is this? This looks like clothes. Or like a skinned leopard. I mean, I already feel as though I'm not in Land's End anymore. But, like, because this game doesn't use, like, a particularly clear labeling system for some of these locations, I do not know if that is true. I'm gonna walk this way. That is an article of clothing you can't pick up without a crazy high electrochemistry score. That's pretty wild. It's a weird game. I don't know if any of you have picked up on this. This game's actually pretty weird. It's kind of a weird game. I mean, like, now I'm just, like, in town. Alright, so let's try getting up on this boardwalk, which I think I go around for. This feels like nothing. What is this? Could the instigator be inside? No. I mean, this is just frustrating to me because, like, I feel like I know of roughly 2 places that could be the quote-unquote boardwalk. I've examined them in the places that seem sensible. I don't have any better idea of how to interact with this task. And I know where there was a tent in what I understood to be Land's End. And I went to that spot. And I also don't feel like I have any better... I mean, I can zoom out. I think it's a dangerous proposition because zoom out is one of the things that, like, most causes my computer to hate this game. Land's End is far north. That doesn't sound right, though. I swear something in the game told me that the place that the ravers were originally hiding out was Land's End. I mean, I'm assuming that you're looking at something that says this, but, like, again, it's just, like... It's... The like, literal geography of, like, navigating this world is already so difficult that for the game to, like, just assume that I understand its naming conventions for things has, on more than one occasion, been annoying to me. So I think I walk between the church and the boardwalk to get as far north as possible.
Is there something here that would indicate a sniper used this place as a nest for taking the shot? Just some urban detritus, a bottle, and a dilapidated old comms tower.
I hate this, but at least it gives me what I wanted, kind of.
In the distance, you can hear the breakers roar.
I don't see it, Lieutenant W. Freighter. I don't see a person take a shot here and hit something there. In the whirling in rags.
What if they climbed the comms tower?
It's not possible to climb that ladder. And even if it were, why? There's no platform up there to aim from.
But what about the butts?
Those? A smoking assailant who favors Tumutiri to Astra or Joanne? Cigarette butts are everywhere. This is a common brand for all men.
How did I get 5 experience for asking about the butts?
Still, you felt it was important enough to make a mental note. That means something. You didn't pay attention to any of the other cigarette butts on the coast.
Maybe the campfire was used by the perpetrator.
To warm his hands before pulling the trigger? Perhaps. But anyone could have made this. The coast is specked with fires this time of year. Truthfully, this seems like a very poor choice to take a 1.2 kilometer rifle shot from. Visibility is awful. There's water vapor everywhere. I think we can rule out... Beatable Prime, was it?
Look over the water to the whirling in rags.
There, 1.2 kilometers over the cold water of the bay, through a thick snowstorm melting flake by flake in the waves, you see the smallest rectangle, barely visible. A glowing light on the 3rd floor of the whirling in rags. With binoculars, you would see a young woman's shape move behind the glass, her limbs long and slender, smoking, drinking, being happy and elated, without you. Because you're here, freezing in the wind, aren't you? Doing your detective work.
I don't like this guy. Finished thought. Well, I got 10 experience from that, and updated my quest. Anything to explore out here that I haven't already? I mean, I've definitely come all the way out here before, just not with that change. It's not so much good job when you tell me where Land's End is. But, like, it's just annoying because, like, if I knew what Land's End was, I would go to it, you know? Like, that's what's annoying about it. It's like, I understand the assignment, but, like, I feel as though I've been given bad information. Let me see what... So it just crosses it off. Okay, it doesn't... I mean, it wouldn't, but, like... No, that's... I mean, that's it. I feel like it's gonna take, like, the whole rest of the stream to find the other two. I mean, especially the... Triple Prime is gonna be a huge pain in the butt, because I have no sense of where that's at. I thought I knew where Land's End was, and that took, like, 25 minutes. That sucked. You like how I'm doing this? I have no sense of what on earth that means. Let's... Main menu, I guess? Taking time compared to someone who just dove into the final thing. I mean, I don't even have my gun! I mean, I literally didn't need the game to tell me that it seemed like a bad idea to go in there without my gun. I was, like, fighting myself saying it out loud going through that tunnel, because I wasn't sure something was just gonna suddenly happen. And now I wait for, like, 6 minutes for the game to close. I don't know, interesting stuff. I mean, I like... I'll say this, I like the notion that, like, it's pretty easy to ignore just looking at the glass, especially if you already have heard her story and you're like, there's nothing more to be gained from this. But the fact that it seems like it's a lead that could potentially give some really useful information. Could not, but it could. Like, that's more along the lines of what I would like to see out of this game. Again, I'm not saying it's not capable of it. I would say that on average, my feeling is that it has not provided that, for example. I did an Inland Empire build and bum rush the story. I feel like that's like the median playthrough. Echo says, as long as you have Kim's gun, you can shoot yourself at any time, so you're set for a confrontation. I mean, you know, from a survival perspective, flee, adapt, or die, it's good to have one of those options covered at all times, I guess. But that does only apply insofar as he's willing to lend me his gun. High logic empathy. High logic empathy sounds like a really weird playthrough, especially for the world as I've experienced it. One in physical and coordination. So you did what? Like, is that like 5511? No, 5151? Something like that. I don't know what to say about this game, man, ever. I'm intrigued by the window thing, which is why I was, like, really dedicated to try and do something with it right away. I do genuinely find it annoying because it's like, I don't like the fact that someone had to tell me where to go when the game, like, supposedly told me where to go, because it feels like I cheated to do that. But, like, also, I genuinely feel as though the game represented to me that Land's End was where the church was. And, like, you could argue that this is an extension of the area where the church is, but I don't feel as though anything in the game makes that clear to me. And then when it's like, go to where the church is, and I go there and there's nothing, then I'm literally spent like 20 minutes like, so what now? That person had 3 heart attacks trying to get the tie. Gave up on getting the tie? Gave up on playing the game? Or gave up on the world? The game. That's, like, kind of fair. Like, that's the thing, though. Like, I know, like, I've heard a lot of accounts from people who, like, have an experience like that early on and are like, this game is awesome. But, like, I feel like you're at least as likely to have random players who aren't indoctrinated into the game have that experience and just, like, give you the middle finger. It's not that I don't appreciate that existing in the game, because I think that idea is fun and funny in its own weird way. But, like, the main issue I have with the start of the game is that it asserts itself very strongly early on without introducing itself to you. It's like the equivalent of that crappy friend you had in high school whose personality was kind of just being a jerk, but they had just enough of a sense of humor to get away with it with the people who already knew them. But, like, if you were randomly introduced to that person and then they just said mean things to you at a party, you would just think that they were an absolute D-bag. You wouldn't want to be their friend or continue having a conversation with them. That's what I feel like this game is. It's not that it isn't justified in being the thing that it is. I really just strongly feel like there's some stuff I take, like, personal annoyance with, that I think I take ownership of the fact that it's just, like, not my favorite thing. But, like, I really think there's a failing of this game that it, like, it doesn't, like, push you in the deep end. It launches you into the deep end out of an orbital satellite cannon. It, like, launches you into the Marianas Trench from a sky laser. Like, it needs to chill out a little bit. It needs to understand that, like, it's doing something weird, and that, as a result, it should maybe, like, indicate that it's doing something weird instead of just, like, introducing you to a bunch of hostile racists. And I know this doesn't really pertain to anything we've just done, but, like, I have really strong feelings about the way this game introduces itself. And even though I mostly have positive things to say about the game, and the bulk of the negative things I would say about the game is just that, like, I think that it's weird that people don't hold the game accountable for the things it doesn't do perfectly, and only harp on the positive things, when I think that there are legitimately both. I really do think that the introduction to this game is dog water. I think it's really bad. And I think that that is especially problematic for a game like this that's doing something really unique. Demolition says, here's the thing, you have one of many stories. You know what would be super cool, though, Demolition? Is if the start of the game took a moment to emphasize that point, which I don't think it does. It does that in the sense that it's doing its thing right away, and so you may pass or fail certain checks that might write your story in a certain way. But, like, by nature of, like, this game is weird in multiple senses, all I'm saying is, like, before we kick me into the ocean of racism, do, like, a miniature controlled branching path is the type of thing I'm talking about. Is, like, just, like, some, like, three-pronged choice that, like, makes some, like, relatively meaningless interaction you have early on curve in different ways. And then you get a sense right away of, like, oh, the decision I made changed the experience I had. So, like, just choosing the funniest option all the time might be funniest, but might also be bad. Like, that type of stuff, early on, would go miles for the early game experience, in my opinion. And I agree with that statement, Haggis. It is fun, but it is oftentimes purposely off-putting. But, again, I think it would be great to establish that early on. I'm not even trying to say it shouldn't be purposefully off-putting. Again, I have personal gripes about using the F word repeatedly in the script when it's not necessary, and things like that. But it's fine for them to include that. It's their game. I'm not their dad. But, like, I do think that the game could do a better job of setting that up and, like, making it clear that that's a thing it's doing and not you actually effing up the game. Yeah, like, Heart Attack Tie is a funny thing to hear about after the fact. If it happened the first time I played the game, I think I'd be really annoyed about it. That's what has launched me on that tirade. No, like, yeah, as I said earlier, Haggis, you may not have been around. The F word that's actually offensive. something Zero Time Dilemma. Never get me started on Zero Time Dilemma. That's the first rule of Fight Club. I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm not even saying you should not enjoy it. I'm just saying that I think that a high percentage of people having that experience would not want to play the game. And I think that from, if nothing else, the perspective of someone who wants you to not return their game to Steam, maybe consider that. And that's setting aside just, like, you actually wanting the user to have a positive experience. But yeah, as Demolition said a moment ago, like, I have largely enjoyed my experience playing through this game, and it's certainly not as though I finished the game or anything. It's just that this has sort of come up, trying to reflect on where we're at in the game as we're approaching a turning point. I would not give this game a 10. It miffs me a little bit how ready most people are to just be like, it's a 10 out of 10. If not, if you don't agree, then, like, you're wrong. Like, all I want from the world at large is just to be like, this game is great. It's like a 9 out of 10. Or, like, for me, it's a 10 out of 10. But, like, they use the F word way too much. Or just, like, something that feels like it is a measured response to something that's not genuinely, objectively perfect. This game could easily be a 10 out of 10 for a ton of people who find those things that are off-putting to me funny. And I have no problem with that being true. But it's just so weird to me, and it does annoy me a little bit to constantly see people talk about this game like it is truly flawless and, like, above reproach. Because I just don't think that's true. And that's not to say it's bad, it's just that, like, it does things that aren't ideal. Yeah, stuff like Rick and Morty fanboy. I don't know. I always get upset when I feel like people are both overhyping something and failing to be objective about it. If someone is like, oh my god, this thing is amazing, and then you, like, watch it or play it or whatever and, like, talk to them about it, they're like, no, yeah, that thing you're talking about, like, it's not great, but, like, I don't know, it's just my aesthetic, whatever. Then I'm like, great. We've had, like, a reasonable conversation like adults. But there's a thing that happens on the internet when something gets, like, popular, particularly, like, a cult following, and then, like, all of a sudden, like, you cannot have an adult conversation with people about it, and that stuff makes me insane. It makes me the swamp person from the Pale. the devs have this Chapo Trap house-style irony poisoning, which is a wild sentence that feels like it does belong within the context of this game, Haggis. Reminds you of South Park fanatics. I can sort of see that. I'm a little dialed out of South Park. I watched it, like, in the very early days. And then I recently saw some discourse about, like, when exactly South Park went too far. And, like, it was not an enlightening conversation. I don't know. I have no context for any of that, but it immediately sounds believable. That's true. No, I don't think literally the comparison is to South Park itself, but rather to the fan base of South Park, which are intensely fanatical, sometimes extremely extreme. Anyway, I feel like I've largely said my piece on this for the purpose of now. I don't know. Just, I mean, mostly, again, like, all of that just comes from the annoyance of simply... Like, I don't even feel like I need, like, Grand Theft Auto-style open-world waypoints that people love to criticize in games. Like, some games I feel like want those. I don't think this game needs them. But, like, the asterisk on that is that the world is difficult to navigate, both in a literal physical sense, and also in the sense that it took me, like, at least 16 hours to feel like I comfortably grasped the system at large and the way it wanted me to interact with it. And, like, all of that is to say that, like, the game could be improved with some amount of chill. And I will leave that conclusion there. Guys, there's a secret Squirtle. I put it on this couch. It's somewhere. If you guess where it is, you might find it. And if you do, it will be an omen of good luck for you in the coming days. I'm going to have some juice apple. It comes from a bottle of apple juice that has the old picture on it. It's vintage. Ooh, I think I like this summary, Neko. I don't mind people who don't like Disco Elysium. It's really dark, serious, and overall miserable. The focus is on its story, and the story can be a bit heavy, and has a ton of lore. Yeah, I'd put a big ol' asterisk on that. I get really annoyed with some of the deep dive on its lore that doesn't feel relevant to anything and is poorly executed, but setting that aside. Has well-written characters, but most of them are pretty awful to you and awful in general. And yeah, like, I'm not trying to say, like, you shouldn't love it, and I'm not saying I hate it. It's just, like, I'm sort of coming at it from, like, the inverse perspective, where it's like, I don't mind people who love Disco Elysium, but, like, it has those flaws, and, like, it seems ridiculous to me that there's such a staggering number of people willing to just ignore them out. I guess all I'm trying to say. Under my hat. I don't have a Squirtle flat enough for that. I feel like you know this. Darn it, Neko, you chose the one place that I, like, didn't have anything handy to put back. Well, no, that's not true. I can show you something. Let's go Squirtle hunting. My knees. Let's start over here because I was already talking about it. Here's Narissa. She's very big and lovely. There's no Squirtles or anything. Nothing really particularly noteworthy, but I did hide this extremely small ice cream cone back there a while ago because I didn't want to put it away, and I had hid it somewhere on the couch. I don't remember where. So here's a little ice cream cone. It's a tiny Squishmallow. Couple guesses. In the ever-popular Rage Octopus. And he conceals something. But it's this tasty treat he's been trying to digest. This donut is regrettably not a Squirtle. If only I could be both, then I would be without peer. Under Fennec Fox, you say? Well, you found something of tremendous value, but it is not a Squirtle. This is my son Carlos the Crab. He is colossal. one more guess. Haggis had suggested that poo conceals the Squirtle. And you know what, Haggis? Sure does. One day it will be inside the octopus. It's actually been inside the octopus multiple times. I feel like at least one of them you were here for. Because I know that you always guess there, I always have to put something inside the octopus. It's an unspoken rule now. Anyway, congratulations, Haggis. You located the secret Squirtle. And you endured several hours of me talking about this game and also running around the beach for like a whole half hour. So sorry about that. But I still am inclined to blame the game about it. Because I don't have personal responsibility. Maybe the reason I object to the characters in this game so much is because I'm basically the protagonist and a terrible person. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching, especially those of you who've made it to the end of this long stream. Thanks for being here, thanks for being you, and I hope to see you again soon. Whether that's next week when we have another installment of Rain Code on Friday. We should probably still be on for a normal Disco Elysium next week. There's a slim chance that changes, but I don't think that's going to happen. Whether it's to join me at 6 p.m. Pacific for one of those streams or some other event in the future. In the meantime, remember to stay safe and remember that you are Clawsome.